Well, good evening, everyone. About an hour later than I initially wanted, but that is fine. As you haven't read the title, we're going to work on the livery for the PA28-161, which, before we can do any of that, we have a few things we need to take care of, including making ourselves a blender paint kit, which I've been slowly working on. This year's one, so anyway, let's go and dive into it. So I'm using model converter X here. Yeah, and I'm trying to figure out. So anyway, so they gave you a bunch of GLTF files here. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to figure out which one of these works. Okay. And the reason why, so I open up this, right, in here. This isn't perfect. It's actually kind of annoying. Anyway, so I open up this one, but this one's clearly broken. Okay. I'll drop out the mouse in a few moments. Right. So I mean, I have a whole panel missing on this one. Up here it's all broken. Right. So this one's clearly broken. But then I come in here. This one's also a little broken by the looks of it. But then if I were to come in here, load in this one. Well, then I begin to have a slight issue, as you will see. Right. So this one looks fine. However, what's the issue? The issue is that when I go to import this into Blender, this in of itself is just... Oh, first off, this naming scheme here sucks. But also, this in of itself is just one singular model, right? And I'd kind of like to remove the windows, and I'd kind of like to be able to remove all these extra bits here that I feel like I simply do not need. But then also, if I were to go into texture paint mode, you can see how much of a mess it is, right? Which means clearly something's not working. I mean, the only thing, and actually, even if I were to look at the bottom still, somewhat broken there. Yeah. But anyway, this the situation where I'm at with this right now. Why can't I just be smart and go and use the paint kit that they provide? Well, this uses up video memory, but another factor of this here is that this is not actually a 3D file. Right, so I can't, there's no way that I can overlay this, so to speak, and see what the fuck I'm actually doing, right? I mean, then one of the nice things about having this is that if I were to go into my folder where I'm storing all this, that's 5, right? One of the nice things about this is that I have a bunch of DDS files here that I can then go in and edit, right? And I can really only edit the bits that I need to edit. I do suppose, really looking at this, I do suppose as if that's not really the way that works. So because the PSD here kind of already has some that, either way, this is kind of annoying. So I'd actually like to use the paint kit, or I'd actually like to kind of make a blender paint kit, and someone else has done for the other PA 28 in the past, which is, where is it? Someone has done it somewhere. Let me just get rid of this because David told me to get rid of it. Evening sub. Where is it? Downloads. I have it somewhere. Yeah, here it is. Yeah, so someone has done it. Right. I don't know how they've been able to do it. And looks as if it could actually ever so slightly be broken. In a way, but someone has done it with the other one, which I cannot use for my VAT UK. Right, because this one has retractable gear, this one has a much more charged engine. So either way, I know it's possible. Right, I can get rid of the windows. And with this one, right, I can see. Okay, right, I can see that. Okay, I only need to edit. This part, for example. Or then also when I go into texture paint mode, right, it's not a complete hot disaster, unlike mine. So mine here's a complete disaster, which means it's potentially just a game of what do I import? I'm curious. What's this? Or is this the interior model? It might be. The loading textures. I'm gonna guess that this here is the interior model, which you can technically edit. I think anyway. We'll find out though. But yeah, this kind of where I'm at with this. Yeah, this here's the interior model, which I may or may not need to make an adjustment on, but not right now, not here, not today. Though having an interior model that is maybe at a higher resolution than this one might be a little helpful. I might have to work on one later, but anyway. Yeah, that is one of the complaints that I got from some people, and that I've noticed a little bit. Not that this is bad, it's just that the model here, it's a little dull, right? So as in you can't like really see some of these textures very well. So we're gonna eventually go into whatever, but we're gonna first try to fix this paint kit and first try to make one. And I've already looked. No one else has made a paint kit for this. So, whoops. Well, it's not whoops, but it's just ever so slightly annoying. But I can understand why people would have made the paint kit, the blender paint kit for the other one, because the other one's better. For essentially the same price. Just that VAT UK restricts me to this one, and so this is the one I got. So anyway, we're gonna see. Oh, did I really just close it? Model. Next. Yeah, run. Yeah, that's fine. So, however, I do have news. We are going to launch a virtual airline here soon, a VFR based one, as a lot of us are enjoying VFR. Yeah, don't know how we're going to do that. Got to create a new channel logo first. A new black and white channel logo. So, So anyway, so this one here has the exact same issue where if I were to go and import this into whatchamacallit, well, I can't. I just straight up can't. Because this one has the same issue of, oh, this here is modeled. Right, and it's built into this fuselage model. So that's not exactly easy to unless there's a way in here that I have no clue how to use, how to work. Unless there's a way in here, I have no clue how to do this. This one actually appears to be ever so slightly broken, if you ask me. Maybe only slightly. But yeah, this is the issue. Let's see here. You know who would know how to do this? Joanna would. She has a lot of Blender experience. Wireframe. But yeah, no. Look, if you look at the wireframe, right, this is all like one bit here. So which means I'm fucked. Material editor object. Attached object editor. Let me know if there's a way. I have not. That's the thing. When I announced it earlier, which I think someone may have deleted my message or I never sent it, or I put it in the wrong place. That was me saying we are going to do this, but I have no clue what we're doing. Naming wise, we're not going to have it like the Ryan FS airline, right? I was thinking something else, right? But in terms of what I was thinking, I had a few ideas on what we could do because VFR there's not a significant amount that we can do, right? But there are things we can do. For example, maybe some very short luxury flights, some air tours, right? Maybe even we'll do some some like actual tours on it, right? For example, figuring out a way to cross the entire Atlantic Ocean in a Piper, for example. That would be quite fun. Right, and have to make like multiple stops, like 10, I think. All that would be fun. Yeah, no, I haven't put that much thought into it at all, but I want to do it because David is so against VFR for some reason. But there's a lot of us who have been enjoying it. So, alright, now I'm curious about this. We're going to set this to 50. Oh, great. I just love this. It's annoying. You know, I'm gonna need on this front. I'm gonna need to consult Joanna though because I don't know how to do this. Right, this here seems like a viable option. The issue is that I need to get rid of the windows and I need to get rid of the wheels and stuff that I don't want to be able to edit. That's the issue. Or yeah, you can help me out in basically every way with it, with the virtual airline. Find me a platform to host it on. I mean, Volant is an option, I think. Well, actually, let's see here. Volant is the way I have to submit my flights for the P1. So I launch Volant, it records the flight, and then I give the VAT UK people a link to it, So, oh, I just love it when it doesn't update. So I was wondering if maybe Volanta was an option. I don't know if they run virtual airlines through Volanta. New Sky probably won't be an option. Now let's see here. Schedules. Let's see your flights. Teams. That might be an interesting option. Running it through Volanta. The issue with VFR is that you're not like, I mean, yeah, sure. Are you at times flying an aircraft from, let's say, Martin State Airport to, let's say, I don't know, what's an airport in like Virginia or something, right? Not the point. Let's say, like, with VFR, I mean, yeah, sure. Sometimes are you flying an aircraft from, let's say, Baltimore to, let's say, I don't know, Philadelphia? Yeah, sure. Sometimes, but other times you're also just flying back to the same airport, right? I mean, for example, if you're doing circuits, if you're doing a yeah, well, actually, I'll go and show you how we submit to that UK. So that middle. So at the end of each lesson for that UK, right? You do the study prep, which is a Google form, right? And you get your Volanta tracking link. And let's see here. For example, this one, right? What I can do is I can share this, and it'll copy the link, and I paste it in there, right? Now what on earth this looks like, I have no clue. Let's look. Probably just, yeah. Okay, there we go. No, so that's what that looks like. Statistics. Let's see here. What was my rate of descent on touchdown? 300. No, that's actually not that bad. I think it's my first flight in the PA28 or whatever. So, but they can see a bunch of information, right? Now, will it show like departures or whatnot? If I'm not mistaken, I think on this one I might have gone around. Or no. Probably just was off with that takeoff. So no, there's one of them recently that I went around on. We were back in the paper. Doing some stuff with what's his name? With Max. Yeah, here's one. So I was doing a bunch of stuff with Max with the VFR. We were both flying around to the south of England, and I was almost close to landing, but then I decided to go around. So what was my oh, this one was a lot better. Getting used to Viper. I didn't think it was that bad of a landing out there. A lot better than the Shitna, or sorry, the Slona. Shitna, Slona, same thing. The Cessna. So, but yeah. But anyway, for the virtual airline, I'm also thinking that maybe we could add maybe a few IFR aircrafts. Right. For example, maybe do like a private luxury, like a luxury. I don't know. Like Gulfstream or something. For example, where maybe we could actually fly them or fly people. Let's say someone from like London to I don't know, Frankfurt, for example. Um, Kind of go the IFR route at times in like private aircraft, right? Um, but yeah, this either way, that's the plan for it. So, all right, I'm thinking at this point in time that I'm just gonna have to suck this up and do this in the unfortunate other one. Unfortunate PSDs. And the reason that PSDs are annoying is because they are. So, um, with that said, that there are things in here that might help. Yeah, let's see here. Where's that reg plate? Yeah, here's that reg plate. Um, okay, actually, you know what? Screw it. I'm not using any VRM right now. Let's just do this instead. That said, though, I do need a new channel logo. So and I have that. I think I have the beginning. No, I don't have the beginnings of that around here anywhere. Damn it. So this here is what the channel logo is going to look like. We're going to put my name on top of a 777-200. Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. I don't think it's going to work quite as well. Not without us having to do a bunch of stuff on the back end. I don't think it's going to work. New Sky, I don't even know if New Sky does operations like this. Let's see. Yeah, I don't even know if, see here. Airline rules. I'm not certain that New Sky even does VFR stuff. Right. The thing about VFR though is that it would have to accept that okay. It it would have to accept that okay, we're gonna have some weird things that an IFR flight you wouldn't usually do. So yeah, well, with New Sky logs everything by itself. But with that said, though, I don't know. Oh, so these New Sky requirements are kind of awful. So um, minimum of 20 pilots active in the past 30 days. So yeah, this looks kind of steep. So um, Osprey operates on New Sky. Who else operates on New Sky? I'm kind of curious about something. I'm just gonna go into here. Let's see here. Virtual Airlines partner. Do they have any like VFR ones? That's just hilarious. Berlin. Let's see. Air baguette. Yeah, I don't know. There's us. Alright, wait, let's work on our logo because I have no clue how we're gonna do this. Oh, the Pilot Club. They're a VFR one. Southwest Virtual Airlines. Spirit. Let's see. Pilot Club. Interesting. TBC is a big one. So yeah, that might be interesting. Either way, we'll figure out over the coming weeks. Hoping to maybe launch the thing in maybe 2 weeks, assuming we put significant time into it. Don't know if that's gonna happen. Might be June. I don't know. But we'll figure out a way, even if it is literally through an Excel document. And we have to make our own API and make our own app. So you'd be in charge of that because I'm shit with programming. But anyway, we'll figure it out. But for right now, what I need to do here is I have a slight issue here. Right. So this here is an SVG of a 777-200. It's a shitlet. And what I need to do is I can remove this background, which I'm going to. And I'm going to go ahead and make this a transparent one. The issue is that all of these windows here are not transparent. So what I need to do is I need to take all of these. Then I need to select the main body. And I need to go layer, or so I need pixels, filter, sorry, no, vector, geometry, subtract. And what that should have done now is on some of these, yes it did, on some of these windows, that has now done is gone and made this, whatchamacallit, made it work. So, alright, windows are next. Vector, geometry, subtract. Layer, vector, geometry, subtract. But then, okay, now I'm fucked though. Right, because layer, sorry, vector, geometry, subtract. right? Because I can't get rid of that door. Is the issue. That's the big issue. I cannot get rid of that door. At the same time, though, what I'd like to be able to do is I'd like to be able to convert this and be able to, let's say, make the 777 white, right? Actually, what if I were just to do 2 logos? That seems like a better option. What if I were just to do 2 logos? One black, one white. That might be a little easier because then I can just invert this quite easily, hopefully. I will eventually color it as well. Document setup. Transparent background. Alright, let's see here. Text. It's the kind of thing that I would probably pay for someone else to do. To be 100% honest. We're gonna go ahead and get in the air once we, or probably about 1:30 is the goal. I don't want to get in the air now because if I were to get in the air now, it would be all dark. I mean, right now in the UK, it is literally 5 a.m. Right, I want to wait for at least some daylight. Over none. Now, how do I make this my own, though? That's a weird thing I need to do. Right, I mean, this here is fine and all, but all that this is that's lacking something. It's lacking. Right, it's lacking characters, but it's lacking. First I do want to copy over that color and change that color. I don't know what it's lacking, but it's lacking something. Maybe if I were to set that on there. Any ideas on what this is lacking? I did not have any ideas. But I can tell it's lacking something. Yeah, that's just being weird. Only if I were to... Any ideas? In case anyone would like to fly along on Saturday night, I haven't decided what time yet. Gonna communicate that with Grumpy. Grumpy and I both have the same slot, kind of, for across the pond next Saturday. The only difference is that his is 20 minutes later than mine. So we're both going out of Dulles and into Leipzig. But we are going to do a test flight tomorrow, or sorry, not tomorrow. Saturday night. In case anyone wants to tune in. I think he might take the A321 LR from FS Labs, surprisingly. Don't know how that's gonna work, but he might. Yeah, what if I were to do that, but I can't. The issue is that it won't italicize. That's the issue. When Gothic, regular Sainsbury. The issue that some of these don't actually have FS. Is that a font? Oh, this other program. All right. Extensive logging. Universal inter. Ooh, this might be interesting. So, but then I also like the scoring system of New Sky, where it gives pilots feedback. So, what's the best way to do that? I might have to reach out to the New Sky guy. Let's see. That's gonna seem working this. Okay, that might be a tad bit better. I don't know. What is this missing? I know it's missing something. Okay, well, here's a silly idea. What if I were to put this below it instead? No, I prefer it up here. I don't know. I'm lost on this front. It's missing something, I can tell. What if I were to flip all that? let's see here. What if I were to, what if, check me out for a second. What if I were to take all this and flip it? Pixel, invert, or no. There's an easy way to do this somehow. Jump. Wait. Oh, no. Pixel. Well, that would help. Pixel selection. Fire. Is there a transform option anywhere? Geometry. I'm just gonna mess around here. Arc. Document. Where is it? Flip horizontal. Okay, but okay, what if I were to only want to flip that horizontal though? There's gotta be a way to do it. I think I've done it before. Layer. Arrange, flip horizontal. There we go. I feel like that might be a little bit better. Maybe a tad better. Stilling is missing something, and I don't know what. Group. Geometry. Transform. No. That's not. That won't do anything either. Um. What's the best way here on how to do this logo? Seven, any ideas? Use your artistic mind. Any ideas on how to improve that logo a little? I feel like it's missing something. I just cannot figure out what. Here's a stupid idea. Now, when I say stupid, I mean stupid. What if I were to take two triples, and what if I were to take two triples, ungroup? Give me that one, and take two of those. What if I were to literally rotate this, transform, flip vertical, then transform, flip horizontal? I feel like that's a little bit better, to be honest. I feel like that's actually a whole lot better. But I still feel like it's missing something, though. I just cannot figure out what. I might have something to do with the background, which, not thrilled about that. But I do feel like that's a little bit better, though. Let me put this on a, let me export this right now. Let's see. Export. Of course, I decided to come up over here. High quality. Let me see. So all I'd have to do is I'd have to convert this. Or, sorry, invert it. I feel as if that's not bad. I feel as if that's not bad. So what do you think about this logo? Or if anyone's with us? I feel as if that's straight up not bad. It's not perfect, but I feel like that's not bad. Cannot wait to get absolutely roasted by Grumpy on why there's an upside down 777. But is it about as good as I think I'm gonna get? I think so. Alright, let me see if I can't make a second one, but this time invert everything. Filters, colors, what I might need to do though is the best way to do this might be no. Pixel layer filters, colors, maybe invert. It does something. What I might have to do is I might need to color replace because actually that might actually, well, I don't know. I don't know on that one. The issue really is though that, well, actually that one might be a little better actually, because at the end of the day, okay, what if I were to invert this again? No. Okay, let's bring me back to that. And then all it really is that becomes that. And then oh, damn it. Damn it, I think I did a few things that I didn't want to do. But you know what? Actually, it should be fine though, because let's see here. Oh dear. Damn it, why did it do that? Why did it do that? Why? No, it did. Turn all those into pixels. Okay, is the same true for this? Because on no. Because on this, then I won't have lossless scaling. I think it did. Okay, well the good news is that it's not hard to get back. The good thing is that this logo here is relatively easy. Copy that. Downloads. Get back to this. Oh, son of a bitch. Nah, let's not say that. Not now. Background. Delete that background. Document. Set up transparent background. Okay, there we go. Oh, son of a bitch. Didn't do it. Oh, didn't copy it over. Oh, whatever. No, that's fine. Anyway, lossless scaling. So let's get the text again. Then what was it again? I think it was MS Gothic something. Because it was. Maybe a tiny bit smaller. Okay, now this. Here, I want this to be separate. A separate object. So now what I can do here is Control-C, Control-V. Now give me this. Transform. Flip horizontal. Flip vertical. That's different because that's because it is. So give me that. Now this should be lossless scaling. That's because it is. And then it's a matter of moving this to get that relatively nice. All right. And now what I should be able to do is, well, first let's export. I like that, but that's crop that a little. There we go. Now we got that pretty decent. All right. File X. All right. Export SVG. Yeah, let's replace that. Now, what I need to do is I want to invert all this, kind of. The way I want to do that is all this white here can become this color. Then all the other colors can become all the other colors can become white, essentially. Let's see here. Vector, geometry. Nope. That does not do anything. Vector, geometry, define. No. Vector, maybe pixel, filters. Coloring. Mm, let's see here. Color replacement tool. What the fuck does that do? That does fucking nothing. That does fucking nothing. Color picker. Let's see. What if I were to flatten image? Okay, document. Flatten, yeah. Is that? Oh, great. That does pixelize it. Why? And the undo fixed it. Good. Document. Document pages. No, setup. Damn it. Don't know. Nope. Control Z. Oh yeah, I think I should do first. Yeah. Give me that color. What I think I should do first is make that black. No, or maybe that's not gonna work. Maybe what I need to do is just use the fill tool. I did not. Good. So I have that. Those, give me that. Upper. lower, upper. Okay. Then page 1 is no longer a thing, and that's no longer a thing. Yay. Yay! Okay, now what I can do is color replacement tool. Maybe. Start with grabbing that. I don't know. I don't know. Where's Joanna at when? Yeah, where's Joanna at when you need her? Because what I need to do is I really need to invert this, right? So that means make all the white white. Or sorry, make all the white the color that it is now, and then do the opposite, right? That's what we need to do. So where's her? Where's Joanna when you need her? Because I only have few colors here. Pixel. Live adjustment layer, maybe. Recolor. Okay. Layer effects. Help. Layer. General. Pixel. Pixel selection, invert. Help! Don't know how to do this. And the weird thing is that it's not actually like a true match, right? That's the interesting thing. Because this is not like a true black here. Oh wait, there we go. And the question is more with these engines, right? Oh, there we go. So it is possible. I may just have to go in this and through this by hand. All right, in that case. Then yes, so there's a bunch of lines, bunch of curves. Yeah. Then how do I get the white bits? The question is, how do I get these white bits here to be something else? Okay, what if I were to go pixel, filters, colors, or sorry, pixel, pixel. Okay, what if I were to select all this? Yeah. Pixel, invert. All right, if we already get pixel, invert, or sorry, pixel selection. No, filters, colors. No. There. I only did it to the one thing though. I didn't do it to the rest of the image. Another option I might have to do is I might literally just have to export this at an extremely high resolution. Like I'm talking like potentially 16K. Because that will get me about as close, or 16 or maybe even 32K. Right. Which would be massive. But on the other hand, basically get about as close to lossless scaling as not as physically possible. On a non-SVG image. I don't know. I mean, look at what the interrupts say. Let me see. How to actually, I really need to figure this out though, because the thing is that at some point in time, right? Thing is, at some point in time, I'm gonna need to potentially recolor the image. So actually, what I really just need to do is I really just need to get rid of all these. Which is gonna be freaking annoying. Yep. You know what I'm gonna do? That's the thing though. So you go to those. Okay. Pixel. Alright. Vector geometry. Subtract. I'm gonna get the windows done first. This is such a tedious process here, and it's annoying. Alright, vector geometry. Subtract. Perfect. Perfect. This is a little annoying here because all these extra lines, at least from my standpoint, all these extra lines here are not actually usable. As in, mean, so all these windows are done. Right, but if I were to zoom in here, right, and if I were to make this, and that's all, that's not like this. Okay, well, this one here. But no, that's not even like that either. So, well, what does it look if I were to add like a black background? Right, because this might still work. Right. Let me just do the tiny bit that I can do on this. Make it the windshield. Right. But on everything else though, just make it all white, yeah. But yeah, no, the issue is quite literally that this here is part of this. Right? This here is like one image, not multiple. That's fine. That might be fine actually, as long as I can so here make a color change, right? But oh wait, I can't though because it's. But I can't do that. So that leaves me with maybe one option, that is to actually render it at a really high resolution and hope it doesn't fuck itself. Um, unless we were to put this, unless we were to set like an actual color, right? Unless we were to actually like say, okay, this goes on like on X color, which might be an option, right? Unless you were to put it on like X color in like X shape, then it might work. But outside of that, I am out of options on this. Yeah, let's try doing that actually. No. Not now. New. Create document. All right, let's import this then. We'll begin to load up the sim in a little bit. And then what should I go with? Yeah, preferably a little bit of a blue. Now that's not bad. And that's not bad at all, if you ask me. Now that's not bad at all. So hold on to that thought there. Hold on to that thought of this here. That color is 83 Delta 0 Fox. Let's continue messing around with other colors. But that's not that bad of an option now, is it? You know what? I think we might end up going with this 83 Delta 0 Fox. I don't know if I'm gonna get any better than that. Maybe a different shade of blue ever so slightly, maybe? No, that one's another option. A bit more of that neutral. Yep. Okay, yeah, maybe I can go a tad bit drier. It's not bad either. It's 8-6. Alright, that's 8-6 Bravo to Charlie Delta. Alexa, turn on Ryan's desk. I mean, that would work on both. Alright, you know, let's go. Let me put that back in. 8-6 Bravo to Charlie Delta. Yeah. What if I were to do that, but then have like a So there's a dark background. And yeah, it doesn't look bad. Now here is a... Yeah, now there's a dark... Now here's a light background, and it's still... And it still works. I think we're defining that color, right? Dark background, here's a light background. Right? I feel like that will work in that case. In that case, I'm going to get rid of that. Let me document, setup, transparent background, crop everything down. The nice thing is that this should all be lossless scaling. I'd hope anyway. Right. Yeah. It's all lossless scaling. Which means what lossless scaling means is that I can zoom in on this for forever and it will maintain that straight line. How can it do that? Well, lossless scaling means that it looks more at the geometry of everything, right? And says, okay, there's this line here at a 45-degree angle, right? It uses some calculus, right? And okay, now I have this line here that's at this 45-degree angle. Let me add that. Oh, we have another thing here. Oh, we have like an angle, right? It maps all that, which is why a lot of SVGs don't have multiple colors to them. But at the same time, here you have a situation where, okay, we have very simple colors here. And, okay. Ready? Now, the one thing maybe I want to do is maybe I want to round off these corners a little. Make it ever so slightly more like that. Right. Yeah, that works. That works out a little better. And maybe I want to just ever so... Nope. Let's not do that. Yeah, I just want to ever so slightly bring these edges in. Bit more. Extend this outside. And you know what? I think that's gonna work as our new image going forward. Alright, as our new channel logo. And the good thing is that I have this, so I can come in and say, oh, maybe I want to put a green background, right? File. But anyway, let's export that. Mm. Mm. Okay, now let me just go ahead and save as on this. Going forward, this will be the new channel logo. I might need to do. And I feel like this is good here. Alright, now let me go ahead and just open with Affinity one more time, just for the sake of, that I can export this as a PNG, because there will be situations where I need to export this as a really high level PNG. File, export. PNG, or yeah, PNG. Alright. Why the fuck did that just hit? Or did it hit earlier and I just didn't know? Notice. Good. Okay. Sorry, I had to get my phone in. I had to turn my phone in for repair this earlier today. Because there was some stuff in the airport and I really needed it done. So I paid this guy at the mall $20, and he worked for about 20 minutes on it. And really did a good job. So paid this mall place $20, and he's able to fix it for me. Alright. Anyway, what is 8K? Or sorry, actually, what is 16K resolution? Okay, 15. Okay, ready for some big numbers here. 15360 by 8. Okay, you know what? Yeah, this here, that'll be fine. Alright, just for reference on how stupidly big I just decided to make this. It's taking a while to export. But I bring this in, and you can zoom in for quite a ways before. I mean, the PC can't even handle it. That's how much. That's how good that's the quality that I've uploaded this or exported this as. So, all right, let's take a look here. I'll update the branding now. No, what's this? Oh my word. Sorry, I haven't looked at the numbers yet on the most recent short. Let's see here. Switch channel. I'm gonna remove the old channel because it no longer exists. Okay, now this here is the downside. I might need to go back. Let me go back and create ever so slightly bigger one. Just so I can put it on stuff. Not now. Now this one, I really want 156.360. Oh, let's see. In about 5 minutes or so, we'll go into this in. Now, why is that? Unless YouTube compression wait, shit. It might be. It might be kind of shit, to be honest. You know, actually, in that case, let me just go ahead and document that. Maybe not make that background that, but document pages. All right, document setup. Cancel. Oh yeah, maybe now's a good time to see other options there are. That's not bad. All right. Yeah, once I get this logo changed. There we go. There we go. No, that's not bad at all. It's not bad for a new channel logo. Then maybe, actually, no, maybe I do want to maybe edit ever so slightly. Maybe bring it in a little bit more. glitches out on me. Done. Publish. Might take some time to change. All right. We have a new channel logo officially. All right. Enough mucking about, I think. Yeah, enough mucking about. Let's go ahead and get into the sim. First off, meter. I want to take a look at the meter. Hopefully it's decent. Hopefully it's not foggy as shit. Nice. What is it? Nice. All right. Let's get into the sim. Let's get into the pipers, shall we? I'm thinking we'll do some VFR circuits, and then maybe if the weather holds up well enough, maybe we'll do our first point-to-point VFR flight. And fly over to Gatwick. Maybe. We'll see. Either way, now that we have a new channel logo, what that means is that I can now begin to work on the VFR logo for that. Well, no, our virtual airline logo. Once I figure out what on earth they're gonna call a virtual airline. So we are gonna launch a VFR based virtual airline, and then once I have that done, then I can begin to work on some liveries. Anyway. Finland, UK, Gulf, fine, I'll just connect up as G Ryan they did previously. In the meantime, I have some bisque offs here. I'm trying to reserve more for I'm trying to reserve these bisque offs more for when I'm peckish and or when I want to have cup of tea and I'm peckish. But having the roll. Now I'm gonna check. Let's go for here. On the floor for some reason. Not too damaged. And we'll need to quickly file a VFR flight plan. Ah, here it is. Let's see here. Is there a way for me to actually get the correct thing? I think that livery there works, or looks not bad. And there's that one. Now what does that one look like? The towers are coming online. Get no one's at showroom. Nice. Hey, pilot. And let me just go ahead and connect as. Let's see here. Let me just go and get quickly file a flight plan. Brian VFR. Light 28. A departure out of an alternate of time, fuel endurance 3 hours. Putting a slash on that. There you go. And that'll do it for me. Is that will cover my my arse. First things first. Okay, it has that. Good. I guess otherwise I will forget. First things first, though. I need to verify controls. This here is good. In that case, I think controls have now been verified. All right. Let's take a look here. Right, pre-flight completed. Well, actually, what's the meter? What's the meter again? PA28-161. Here, let's just do this real quickly. Here, it's 1019. This just this model is here is just ever so slightly not sharp enough, which I gotta be honest, I don't know any good way to change that. I might need to make my own custom flight model, to be honest. Anyway, it's 1019, right? When was it? Wait. When is this? Meter station, Big Gatwick. As of 520. Okay. Okay, yes. That's 1025. Yeah, there we go. Alright, let's see here. Let's see here. I need fuel. Configure. 100% on fuel. Give me 50% on that. Alright, there we go. Good on that. Alright. Let's see now. Let's begin to get some stuff on, shall we? Oh, actually, let's get these on. Now, I don't know why they decided to hide this. I do need that. On, alright. Let's get these, alright. Let's get these batteries on, shall we? Make sure I don't get... Okay. Trim for takeoff. Oh, that's fine. Okay, enter that. Okay, let's in now 122.8. Wait, shit. Maybe flight's not up. Anyway, let's get back on this. So flaps are up, good. That's in 122.8. Short-term traffic, Golf Romeo Alpha, sorry, Golf Romeo Yankee Alpha November, startup, short-term traffic. Alright. Flaps are up, correct? Yes, they are. Medium improvement. Alright. Batteries, okay, fuel quantity is good on both. Navigator panel. Good. Alright, beacons on. That is anti-collision lights on. Circuit breakers all checked. Okay, throttle, 1/4 inch open, mixture, full rich. Fuel pumps on. Prime. Prime once. Startup clearance, okay. Just quickly. That parking brake is set, correct. Alright. Clear prop. Alright. Clear prop. There we go. Oh wait, shit. Something went wrong there. 1, 2, 3. Okay, mixture's full rich, right? If fuel pumps are on, anti-collisions are on. Batteries are on. Squawk. Let's get mid Charlie on. All's fine. Let me turn off the avionic master. Without hope. Nope. Uh-oh. An event of engine stall. Alright, let me just verify I have everything. Again. Oh wait, carb heat. That might do it. Let me just make sure the phone launch is looking this. Tad more throttle. You got plenty of fuel. Just maybe verify the fuel selectors both. Alright, let's see here. Selector is on its emptiest tank. So where's the fuel selector then? Not that should matter. PA heat. Just make sure all that's off. Yeah. Battery master. Both are on. Good. And beacon light. Circuit breakers. Checked. Okay. Okay. Let's see here. Maybe I'll leave that like that. Let me see. About now. No. Is there something I could have forgotten then? Wait, fuel selector off. That might help. Okay. Full rich on the mixture. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. Turn the avionics back on. Alright. Now I got it back. Now we got it on. Alright. Start. Good. After start. Fuel pump off. Not gonna fuck me. Alright. Let's see here. Let's see here. We should get some taxi lights. Alright. After start. Magnetos. Right. Set throttle to 1200 RPM. Throttle to 1200 RPM. Okay. Good. Oil pressure looking good. Okay. Ammeter looking. Alright. Section. Oil pressure's looking good. Let's see here. I think everything's looking reasonable. Yep, here. Battery's looking good. Alright. Let's see here. 20 or is it a different day? Wind 090 degrees, 3 knots. Alright, it is a different day then. It is a 02 day. Right. Sherm traffic, Golf Romeo, Yankee Alpha November taxiing now. To runway 02 via Alpha and Bravo. Shoreham traffic. We're on the grass. We're on the grass. We're on the grass. It's wonderful, 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 wonderful. Fucks, 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 fucks. And we may or may not be on the grass ever so slightly. That's fine. We're in a Piper. Let's see your taxi checklist. Good, that's working. Good. Now in the holding area, we need to do our power check. We'll do that in the holding area. Uh-oh. Wonder what that was? Now let me just go ahead and zoom in on this. 1 second with your cam. Then we have a bit of a holding area coming up right up here. Does that just mirror? Do the frames feel as if they've ever so slightly dropped? Look at that. I can feel that's fine now. Alright, let me just take a look here at Zoom. There we go. There we go. Now y'all can see what I'm doing here. Alright. Full up, full down on the aileron. Or on the elevator, that's full up, full down. Check the other one. Full up. Right. Okay. Looking good. Alright, power checks. Parking brake set. Throttle. 1200 RPM. Alright, T's and P's. Okay, so temp is in the green. Temp is in the green. Pressure's in the green. Fuel pressure's in the green. Good. That is very good to see. Alright. Now it's time to pay attention. Right. Make sure fuel rich? Yes. Throttle now set 2000 RPM. Around 2000 RPM. Okay. Let's see here. So max drop of 100 RPM. Looking good. But that's a max drop of Right, good. With no difference. That's what I witnessed there. That's what I noticed anyway. Alright. Throttle set back to idle. Okay. Power check's completed. Alright, before... Alright. Lineup checklist. Alright. It's good. Pitot heat. On. Approach runway clear. Landing lights on, and then strobies on. Not that I think we have any strobies on here. Landing lights on. Check that's blinking. No, wait, now we need some. No, they are. Alright. Looking good. Alright. Before take. Alright. See here. Before takeoff. Flight controls full and free. Takeoff briefing completed. Okay. We're gonna go to the south again. Maybe fly. Probably gonna fly around the south wing one for a bit. Alright. Short traffic Golf Romeo Yankee Alpha November. Line up now. Runway 02 via Bravo 1. For VFR departure to the south. Short traffic. Nearly went off the runway there. Alright, let's see here. Breaker's good. Trim, let's set. Let's verify that that's good. Good. Alright. Short traffic, Gulf Romeo Yankee Alpha November, takeoff now, runway 02 for VFR departure to the south. Will maintain a max altitude of roughly 3,000 feet. Short traffic. Alright, rotate 65 knots. climb at 79. Okay. Between 63 and 79. Okay, noted. Throttle set. Spreader is a little on the sensitive side. 65 knots. Begin to rotate. Thickener's coming up. There's a good angle of attack. Not gonna lie, I think auto FPS might be fucking me right now again. It is a little bumpy today. Alright. That's not bad, I don't think. Maintaining pretty decent level flight. We are maintaining a pretty decent situation here, I think. Do it real quickly. Sim pause settings. You know, I'm sorry. Okay, once again, auto FPS is pure, at least for me, to be broken. Because it's deciding to set trim level of detail at quite literally 210, and I can feel it. So you know what? Going forward, I'm going to set this at roughly 75. See what kind of improvement I get out of setting it manually. It's auto FPS. No, I don't know what the issue is, but it's, for me at least, it appears to be broken. So what am I supposed to do? Because I can't use it. I mean, it'll set my train level of detail super high. So I just can't use it anymore, I guess. Might be ever since living with throttle. Pitch down ever so slightly. Trim is your favorite toy in this situation. Now, yeah, now my airspeed's closer to 90. But I'm maintaining level altitude. Yeah. So I'll just maintain the straight and level flight for now. On VS radar, we are a local rate. Here. No, we'll just maintain this right now. Doing not bad. We're only at roughly 85 knots, I think. We're approaching 90, but I mean, we're still a little on the slow side, I think. Now we might, I think we're also flying into the wind, that might be part of the issue. Ah, Grumpy's different side of the world. I say if he was I was gonna say if he was flying in the UK, then maybe I'd give him a little buzz. Let me just ever so slightly increase the power. See if I can't try to get the speed up a little bit. Pitch down a little. Trim down a little. Just increase that speed ever so slightly. It's not bad there now, is it? Just trim down ever so slightly more. There's a few airports. Oh, I just got buzzed by a tower. Yeah, I just got buzzed by Heathrow Tower somehow. It's where I'm. Alright. We'll get about out here, so. And then I'll go ahead and begin to make the turn. Make a nice little turn. Head back in the direction of Shoreham. I was not expecting to get buzzed by Heathrow Tower, and there's not that many controllers that I know, so was not expecting to get buzzed. I was A, not expecting to get buzzed by Heathrow Tower. B, I wasn't expecting it to be someone who I knew. I don't recognize the name either, so. It's gonna make this churn now. Yeah, let's make our way towards Gatwick, I think. Morning, Clark. So, Clark, I was just buzzed by Heathrow Tower. And it wasn't for a reason that you think. I thought I was in trouble or something. But no, here, I'm gonna throw it on screen for you. I don't fully remember the controller, I don't think, but I might actually, but do you remember who that is? Is it Spoonie? I doubt it is. But I only somewhat remember the name. I don't. It's been a while. It was Craig. So who is that? Must have had him as a controller way back. Anyway, I'm doing some VFR stuff. Here at Shoreham, I might make my way up to Gatwick if maybe it's control or to hop online. If you want to join. That would be a good time for a screenshot. Just having some fun here in flying aircrafts. Oh, wow. P1 instructor. Oh, wait. I mean, he might be. Let's see here. You... Remember, I looked through the leadership team recently. Well, the VAT UK website will tell me who's who. Staff. He is a VFR flight instructor. Contact. Yeah. Yeah, when you actually begin some proper training, they actually begin to care about you. I did notice that. Which is a fairly good thing, if you ask me. But it does make sense. I mean, you're spending your time to go through a course that gives you nothing in the real world that they put together, but that makes you an ever so slightly more qualified pilot on a VATSIM. It means you actually know what you're talking about. It means you actually know what you're doing, and means they can trust you as you're not an idiot. Right? You're spending that time to go through it. There's someone who they know they can trust. So it does make sense. Right. And there's basically there's very little chance of you becoming an idiot as well. If you weren't one before, so maybe ever so slight pitch down. Got to be careful on this thing. This thing is a whole lot better than the Shitna though. What's the Heathrow situation looking like right now? Is it looking horrendous or... Oh, wow. Might consider a VFR arrival into Heathrow. And I know that I'd probably get laughed at by Riley, but we have the fuel. The fuel is in it, and it's not. It doesn't appear to be that busy. I mean, there are three. Oh, you can't do VFR in Heathrow. Yeah, that would make sense. That would make sense, actually. I'll wait for Gatwick to come online. It's inevitable. Hmm. Yeah, I think I'll wait for Gatwick to come online because that I think that's inevitable. There's usually someone online at Gatwick in the mornings. You're not. Yeah, that makes sense. At least not at Heathrow. Yeah, that would make sense. Sounds like a lot of paperwork. Sounds like a lot of paperwork. Am I really... I just wanna probably take my altitude down a little. To feel like I'm at least a little high. Oh, look, there's Shoreham down there. Yeah, I'm just trying to take my altitude down a little bit because I feel like we're... Yeah, I am a little high right now. Mr. Clark, as David has said that he does not like VFR, you're going to launch a virtual airline at some point, mainly with VFR in mind. I mean, yeah, we might have some IFR operations as well, but we're gonna start off with some VFR operations, including training, like air tours, right? So if you've ever been on if you've ever been up in like one of these, um, I have, where someone's just like giving you a tour, right? Um, Rich people, transportation, right? That kind of stuff. We're going to start one at some point. And I don't know how. There's a few quirks. There's a few quick kinks that I need to figure out, such as the platform. Because News Guy's probably a massive no go. Um, Name of it. 'Cause I'm not gonna name it after myself. Um, you're gonna begin a virtual airline at some point. Now that's not to say that we won't have some like airliner operations. We probably will, but we're not gonna have any. It won't be. I mean, it might be main focus in the future, but we're gonna maintain VFR. So, true. Club maybe. I don't know how I do it. Like I said, there are kinks. I mean, the plan's bound to change, but yeah, just a way, just like a formal way for us to fly, and a reason for me to put my new channel logo on the on Livery, because David and I had a slight discussion. He does not want his name on any VFR aircrafts, so which does make sense. I mean, his airline's meant for IFR and commercial transport. We're doing it for fun. So, And the conversation was really more like, "Don't do this," and I say, "Yes, sir." So you say, "Yes, sir," and okay, I'll make it in. But it wasn't like his Lego would have fit in anyway. I mean, I was having a really hard time fitting his in, but then I think with mine, I think mine's might have fit in just fine with the VFR. Right, you can open the throttle a bit more. Right. There we go. You're maintaining decent level flight at roughly 2,300. Hey, look, Kilo Sierra. Welcome aboard this tiny aircraft. It's the Piper PA28-161, so the Warrior 2. Which I'm gonna make a livery at some point for. But it'll be a minute. I tried earlier today. I tried to create the Blender file because no one else has, and it's not going well. And what I mean by it's not going well, I really mean it's not going well. I don't even know if it's possible, to be honest. And the reason why is because they decided to have their own windshield on everything. Or they decided to have their own windshield, but in order to effectively make liveries, you need to go without the windshield. Not only that, when you go to import the images that you get from extracting the weird GLFT file or whatever, when you overlay those images, it does not overlay correctly at all. So I think it might be stuck with the PSDs, unfortunately. That said, though, there is some hope. I might be able to get some much higher definition cockpit textures, which is one area that this thing is definitely lacking in. It's killing me that it's lacking in this area, because this is a really expensive aircraft. $45 for this thing, which for some of us British folks, think roughly speaking 40-ish pounds. It's expensive. Especially for a VFR aircraft. Not saying it isn't good, but that said, though, especially in terms of the texturing, I expect a little bit better. I mean, you'll have to. I mean, if you were to look at some of these, right? I mean, look. I mean, you can barely read out. You can barely make out what that is. I mean, I think I can kind of make out what that one is, but not in full. So I might be able to upscale the textures a little. I don't know yet, but I might be able to. The good thing is that they have the textures online that I can easily update. So it might literally just be a matter of, okay, here's the textures. Let me go panel by panel, overlay everything. But then export at like 8K or something. Get these textures looking a whole lot better. Yeah. But anyway, that is a me project of the coming weeks. So that's gonna be something I have to test, right? And set up. And I think the best way for me to test it will be literally let me overlay some text, right? Maybe like let me overlay some text. Maybe let me even overlay my new channel logo and everything. Let's see where it begins. Let's see if my fix is actually a doable fix. Let me see where this begins to fail, right? Because it will fail eventually. Even somewhere it will fail. So, um, but yeah, might have to work on some new textures for this because I mean these textures are pretty damn hideous, and I'm sorry, but I haven't found any better textures. Um, at least none that have been upscaled to where I need them to be. So, at least not to where I expect them to be. Just gonna make this 180 degree turn. Don't you gone the whole distance. Good morning, Max. Max, I'm in about to turn back towards Shoreham if you want to join. We'll be back in the air for a little bit. Kind of waiting for Gatwick to hop online, then then maybe I'll go over to Gatwick. So. So Max, I gotta ask, what did you get for your across the pond? I haven't looked, but oh, I haven't gotten. Oh, you got chicken. Oh yeah, that's right. Never chicken. Oh shit, I don't want to do a zone translate. I don't want to do a zone translate. I don't know how to do one of those. I haven't been taught that yet. I always thought you could go into Gatwick with a VFR. They did say I saw a Grumpy screenshot earlier. That's a pretty much a big no-go. A fair amount more power, I think. So I'm traveling into the wind now. I could use an aileron trim on this. That's what I could use. Max, I was just discussing with Clark. I was talking with Seb earlier about it. We're gonna figure out some way to do VFR with my logo on it, on the aircraft instead of David's. David gave me a pretty stern no on the whole thing, even though I think he would like it, to be honest. There's really not much to it. I mean, from the shore, I'm at 2,300 feet on VFR, QNH. Gatwick control zone for VFR. Yeah, that might do it. Why do I feel like I'm ever so slightly unstable? Seems like I am. Good. Yeah, I'm aware of visual reference points. I don't know for the ones for Gatwick. I know the ones for Shoreham though. Um, there's 4 for Shoreham. One of them, I actually don't have them memorized off the top of my head, but I have easy access to them. So, yeah, I probably will. I know it. I know what some of the. Well, I know what some of the visual reporting points are. Um, there's like the one like the weird oval thing. There's the town. Yeah, well, yeah, the Mariana. Actually, I have easy access to them because they require us to know them. Just pull them up. Yeah, yeah. So there's the Washington intersection. There's Littlehampton, Brighton Marina, and the Lewes intersection.
Atlantic traffic, good morning. EC42 Victor Zulu, taxiing runway 26 left.
We're actually not that far from shore right now, are we? We're something like right over it, actually. No, we got a bit of a. We do certainly have a bit of a crosswind. I do want to ever so slightly descend. So I do want to maybe ever so slightly pitch down a little bit. You're not technically supposed to pitch down that much to descend. So how about reduce the throttle? How about that? Yeah, well, that's what I have as well. Because they actually require us to have it. Well, I don't know if they require you to have it, but they do want you to have it. Does help you out. I just want to descend ever so slightly. Maintain this right now. So I'm approaching 3,000 to keep below 3,000. Maybe pull back ever so slightly more. Come in for our landing in about. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Alright, let's see. Where is it? Descending very, very slowly. It'll be up here, actually. Oh, there's showroom right there. Yeah. Yeah, so this here's Littlehampton. Then up there, I'm pretty certain that right there is the Brighton Marina or something.
Showing traffic Golf Oscar Bravo Alpha Kilo radio check, please.
Gotcha, 5x5, help me.
555.
Thank you. Now I can begin to double off ever so slightly, which includes increase the throttle ever so slightly. And there is a bit of a crosswind today. No, I did 0-2 unless the winds have changed. They most likely have. I've been in the air now for nearly an hour. I used 0-2, but cannot. We have to look. New QNH1020. Just go ahead and quickly update that.
Showing traffic Golf
Variable
Alpha
1.
Kilo taxiing to hard points runway 02 for a left-hand turn out for some VFR. Showing traffic.
Don't forget to do your power checks, as are required by standard procedure. Final chance to check anything on the ground. If you were to have an issue, that's your final chance to check it. Do I have the little nav map installed yet? I should have. I do. Nice. They also really want you to have Little Nav Map installed. Which I will say, Little Nav Map is a whole lot better for VFR. So guys, I have a weird issue with auto FPS. And I noticed it the other day when I decided to disconnect on final for Heathrow. Weird issues that I have is that
Gatwick traffic easy 42 Victor.
audio FPS should no longer works for me.
26 left.
And what I mean by that is it will set my train level of detail extremely, extremely high to the point where the sim just cannot keep up, and it will not lower it. And what I mean, example, I mean at Heathrow, I mean I was down to like maybe I don't know, I think it's like 5 frames per second, and even when the aircraft were to down, I don't think I would have been able to control it. Audio FPS had my train of detail at 250. And then I restarted it, and I set my train level detail back down to 60. And it gave me the same weird behavior. This time I only let it get up to 120. But still. That was brutal. But the second I set it back down, again, it was fine. So, as in the sim was fine. I disabled but either way, right now I've disabled auto FPS until I can figure it out. But even during this flight, I can notice things.
Showing traffic Golf Alpha Kilo performing a engine run up at holding point Charlie 1. Showing traffic.
I can get as far as of this, and we can make the turn back. Alright. Yeah, I'll go as far as up here.
Showing traffic Golf Alpha Kilo taking off from runway 02. Left hand turn out. Departure to the south. Showing traffic.
Go all the way out here. I'll make the turn back. I'm not gonna get up to the island, but I'll go this far out. Would it be possible or legal to do an international VFR flight to maybe, let's say, an airport on the coast of France or something? Would that be possible? Interesting. You know, it'd be nice if this thing had some form of aileron trim. It's not elevator trim, but aileron trim. So right now I'm having to keep the yoke kind of in like weird position just to maintain a straight flight. As if I were to let go, we begin to turn.
Showing traffic Golf Alpha Kilo Ab 102. Turning now to the south for our departure. Showing traffic.
You know, to be honest, this thing's not that far from a flying triple. You know, I mean, there are some differences. I mean, the triple will auto trim itself at a certain point, and the triple has flight directors that you can base your flight on. That said, though, it's not really all that different from it. So my fuel looking like? Oh, my fuel's looking fine. Not that it really matters. The fuel pumps aren't on. Yeah, go all the way up past this point, all the way down here. I think. Then we'll make the turn back. Maybe do some circuits. We're gonna try to get better at landing this thing. Oh, that's nice and relaxing. What I'm gonna say. Where I have my train level detail now, I think that's kind of the sweet spot. Because I mean, yeah, sure. I mean, is there like a line where it begins to like stop? Yeah, but to be honest, you can't really see anything beyond that line anyway. So, gotta be honest, I think it's fine. What are my frames doing? That's a big question. Oh, just look at that absolute beauty of a balanced frame. Look at that absolute beauty. Where the main thread and the graphics queue are precisely the same. Just look at that incredible beauty there. I think where I have my frame, my train level detail, I think right now is the sweet spot. And the nice thing is that in that I have some delay, or some leeway, right? Yeah, go ahead and begin to maybe an ever so slightly trim up. You know, across this little beach here, whatever, or this little dip here, and then we'll go ahead and make our way in the direction of Shoreham. So what do you guys think of the new channel logo? In case you guys haven't seen it, I can pull it up real quickly. I think it's alright. I think it might be missing something, but I think it's alright. Well, it's legal, but you have to obtain clearance first. But if there's no traffic, or if there's no ETC online, then you're free to issue the clearance yourself. Right, but the second that ATC were to come online, then at that point in time you need to go and get your clearance for it. But usually it would have to be obtained yeah, usually though it would have to be obtained ahead of time. But if there's no ATC online, then it's not a matter of it's not illegal to do, it just requires special clearance to do. So it's usually one of those things that you sort out with the CIA beforehand. Once again, there's no ATC online, so you might be able to do it just fine if you were to issue the clearance yourself. Just throttle up ever so slightly. Back to 2500. Alright, let me not get that high. That's right. Sent a message to a Heathrow Tower, who is actually one of the P1 instructors. And actually reached out to me earlier, asking how long I was, what my status was on the wait list. So. Trim down ever so slightly. I'm thinking once I get back to Shoreham, might be time for some touch and goes. Have you guys ever seen an idiot at Manchester who was doing VFR touch and goes in an A320? Yes, that's the real thing that actually happened. The rest they didn't get laughed out of a clearance. Actually, I'm really surprised they didn't get laughed out of a clearance. Oh, you have. Hmm. I mean, I can understand if you want to do like landing and taking off practice, right? But I mean, that's kind of what the simulator's for, I guess. So, because it is kind of hard to fly a commercial airliner VFR. I mean, it's possible, but it is kind of hard. Just send it here a little. Right, where's Max at? Should go see him somewhere. It's like way ahead now. Oh, is he? He's all the way down there. He's all the way down there. He's down at 200 feet. And actually, so the weird thing is with VFR, right? I think over the beaches and over the ocean, you're actually pretty much free to get about as down as you realistically want. If I'm not mistaken, I think that. Well, I guess it depends on if you count the ocean as an obstacle. But if you don't, then you're. But yeah, if you don't, as long as you remain roughly 1,500 feet away from the beach and any civilians, then you're actually, I believe you're fine to go as low as you want. Technically, that is, I think. That you cannot quote me on that. Flark's shaking his head right now and saying, "How on earth did this guy get his pass his theory?" All right, let's see. Yeah, so would I. But that's it though. It might be one of those things that we do with the airline, or whatever we're gonna call it. We have a slight commercial aspect to it. Make some money. Might have some. We might have a fun aspect to it. Paid for by some long hauls. I don't know yet. I don't know how we're gonna do it. I'll have to make some liveries at some point, but I'll work on them slowly. Figure out how we're gonna do this first. Figure out the software, which News Sky's not gonna work, unfortunately, because News Sky probably won't do stuff very well. So, all right. So the wind is variable 1 knot, which means I got options when it comes to runways here. Which means yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, you're not wrong. So, either way, I'll figure it out. Well, sorry, Sep and I will figure it out. All right. See it via Littlehampton. We'll go ahead and is that Shoreham right there? Let's see it because the strut. Cannot see it because the strut. I think that might be Shoreham right there. We're approaching it again. Where is it? Yeah, it is Shoreham. Alright, let's get into slow flight. Take some flaps. Shoreham traffic, Gulf Romeo Yankee Alpha November is going to begin some circuits for runway 02, currently on a base runway 02. Shoreham traffic. Let's back the power basically immediately. This seems proper. Essentially glide the aircraft down for right now. Then yeah, go flaps 3. Alright. Will do. Shoreham traffic, Gulf Romeo Yankee Alpha November, turning final now runway 02. Shoreham traffic. Just go ahead and dive a little.
Shoreham traffic Golf, Oscar Bravo Alpha Kilo, turning base for runway 02, Shoreham.
And of course, Towers got back to me on that. Shoreham traffic, Yankee Alpha November, short final now runway 02. Shoreham traffic. Turbulence. I'm happy here. You can probably pretty much ignore. Just happy is not bad at all. Oh, that was spot on in the end. Now that was spot on. I mean, if I had decided to land that thing, that would have been a good landing. And of course, wait. No, I think you just top off. Shoreham traffic, Yankee Alpha November, airborne now passing 3,000. We'll make a left turn for traffic. We'll go more touch and goes. Shoreham traffic. Dump flaps.
Down track easy 54 Delta by Alpha 1 lining up runway 26 left, Gatwick.
Sean Traffic Golf Alpha Kilo short final runway 02 to land Sean.
Whoa. Interim traffic, Yankee Alpha November, downwind now, runway 02. Short.
Down track EKG 54 Echo Delta, departure runway 26 left to info 1 right departure, Gatwick.
Feel it tick right underneath my wing. Can't see it at all. Sure, maybe some eye tracking would really help.
Sean Traffic Golf Alpha Kilo going around.
Roger.
Sean Traffic Golf Alpha Kilo Airborne 02 passing 500 feet, turning now crosswind for the visual 02 Sean.
Short traffic, Yankee Alpha November, turning base now, runway 02. Short. Figure if I can reduce my throttle basically all the way, pitch down a little.
Sean Traffic Golf Alpha Kilo downwind now, visual 02 Sean.
Short traffic, Yankee Alpha November, short final now, runway 02. Intentions for touch and go. Short traffic. Yep, I am. How's the speed? The speed's like not bad.
Sean Traffic Golf Alpha Kilo turning now base leg 02 Sean.
See about this. Oh, that was almost smooth. Floated it a little at the end. Floated it a little at the end. Just floater it a little bit, but that would have been a good one. I'll do a touch and do a next one.
Showing traffic, Golf off Kilo, short final, intentions are to land from
Storm traffic in Alpha November is now airborne, passing now 800, climbing 1500 for VFR circuit. Intentions for next circuit are to land Shoreham traffic. And Shoreham traffic, Yankee Alpha November making left traffic. Now runway 02, Shoreham. Just gotta look into this. It's in 4 days. Wonder if I put in my availability correctly. Whatever. If I didn't, I'm still available for mornings. And correction, short on traffic, Yankee Alpha November climbing now up to 2,000 in the downwind, and we're actually gonna go out to the ocean for a bit. Short on traffic. Yeah, Wednesday. Morning, John. John, I've had 2 nearly perfect touch and goes. Well, touch and goes as in gotten probably maybe 1 or 2 feet off the runway, but I haven't. I don't think I've touched the runway yet. That's so that we're gonna go out over the ocean.
Showing traffic, Golf off Kilo, vacate to 02. Unfortunately, we have to disconnect now. Sure.
I'll go next. Oh, good. Sorry, I'm just trying to talk to Heathrow Tower right now. Uh-oh. How the wait, what? Wait, what the hell? Oh, there we go. Yeah, I just saw how the sim just, like, I guess, paused right there for some weird reason. Don't text and fly. 22nd. Mm. I don't know what's going on with the sim today. Wait, there we go, now it's better. So, Joanna, I have a weird issue with auto FPS. And it's that it keeps setting my train level of detail super high. To the point where my sim cannot handle it. At all. I never used auto FPS. Yeah, I know Grumpy has. Grumpy might have some input on it. Yeah, dynamic has its effects though, such as lowering everything. So, I have dynamic off right now, but with that said, I might re-enable it. That said, the sim is doing pretty damn good right now, since I've manually set my train level of detail. The sim is doing pretty damn phenomenally. Which I'm very happy about that.
Gatwick traffic, easy 83, Alpha Bravo taxiing to Alpha 1,
Uh-oh.
Juliet, Alpha November, Alpha Sierra.
Oh yeah, just got a little cloud. True. True. Not wrong. That's something I might need to make a sharper. I might need to make a sharper thing here. These textures are not great for a $45 aircraft. Yeah, I'm on the coast, so I mean, you would think that maybe it would struggle a bit more, just because it's a bit more beautiful, but it's not. But you're not wrong. It's not big on polygons. So, but you would think maybe just because of the ocean, because it looks a bit better than maybe. But anyway, so I tried to import the model into Blender, and I did have success. The issue is, actually, I have Blender up right now, yeah. So Blender up from earlier, so I can show you. So the issue is that it doesn't do it correctly. At least not this one. Right. But it did do it. Of course, Blender had to crash. I had to use an extra tool. See, Clark? But then I was able to use another model because they give you 4 models to work with. And I was able to it worked out a little bit better, but the issue is that the everything was kind of like one model in a way. Especially with the fuselage, where with like the windows, especially, they were all like just the singular model. Right. I mean, so the fuselage was its own bit, but the windows were still there, and I could not find a way to detach them. And there comes Gatwick, if you know what I mean. So I don't know.
Gatwick traffic, easy 83, Alpha Bravo lining up 26 left.
I think I just have to use the PSDs, unfortunately. Yeah. Well, I found the way to configure to export them. So if you want me to send them over to you, um, I can see what you can do with them. So. But yeah, it was weird. And then what made it even weirder is when you went into texture paint, right? It wouldn't
Gatwick traffic easy
it
83
overlaid
Alpha
kind
Bravo
of what it
ready
already
departure
had in like
26
the
left,
image,
descending Bognor 1 X-ray, Gatwick.
but at the same time, yeah, I'll have to show you because we're gonna land at short in a moment. I'll have to show you. Thinking not like Galaxy on that. I'm thinking it might uh, do a VFR or do a VFR for later for Gatwick. And short traffic Yankee Alpha November is in the base for runway 02. Short traffic. I am actually losing some visibility here. Alright. Throttle, I don't know. Here. I'll show you. Interim traffic, yeah, Alpha November, just before we turn final, we just need to do a little 360 as we are a bit high. Sure. Actually, I'm smart about this. We should be fine. No, definitely the 360. No, just need. Yeah, I'd rather, actually, I think I'd rather do the 360, get stable, than going on that. Yeah, well, I have before. has been has turned out ever so slightly annoying, but I have before, so. Yeah, I understand what you're saying though. Interim traffic, Yankee Alpha November, turning final now runway 02. Short. Bit more power. I certainly want a lot more power. Because we're going to need the speed to get over the turbulence here. Interim traffic, Yankee Alpha November, short final now runway 02, intention to land, short traffic. Maybe a tad high. It's fine, I want the speed to get over that. Bit of a bounce, but not bad. Goodness, if I don't run out of runway. Perfect. Definitely a bit of a bounce, but yeah, well, I approached a little faster, but at the same time that I was a little fast there. And storm traffic in Calvin November now clear the runway, taxiing to parking. Sure. Yeah, no, I was a little fast there. So, yeah, I was. So that's part of the issue. Then my issue there was that I was a little fast and I didn't put the brakes on. So then I know like Gatwick's online. Oh, I don't know. So. Well, I flirted it there. That was the issue. I was too fast. Arguably, that could have been a go around. I barely flared it at all though. So anyway, taxi to parking. Your wonderful showroom. Well, that gives you good experience though, because what if you have an engine failure whilst you're in 777 or an A350, right? It does give you experience when it comes to gliding, which is half the thing these things are used for. So. No, they aren't, because in a tiny plane, if you lose an engine, you're not looking for a diversion field. You are looking for a place to land. So it's not actually a great thing. All right. Shutdown checklist. After landing, trim up, landing lights are off, good. Fuel pump off. Not that I had that on anyway. Oh, the fuel pump was supposed to be on during takeoff, whatever. Alright. Anti-collision. Let's see here. Shut down. Alright, let's see here. Throttle set to 1,200 RPM. Yeah, throttle to 1,200 RPM. Radio's off. Okay, mixture. Wait, no, magnetos. It's off. Okay. Mixture. Good. Beacons off. and fuel selector. All right. And then batteries off. All right, not a bad little VFR flight right there. Anyone wants to see what we accomplished? Nearly 2 hours of flight time. Very nearly, anyway. Let's see. All right. Let's see. All right, let's see. So, first things first, we have a new channel logo, and I'm not thrilled about how it looks there. It's all right there. I might need to zoom in ever so slightly on it. Actually, you know, screw it. Let me just do that real quickly. Because it's kind of not great in my opinion. Yeah, that's a little better. Maybe I need to change the. Maybe I just need to make it clear. I think. I don't know. Anyway, so in terms of Blender, right? So this here is the profile or the thing that someone made for the other one. Okay, I have a tool now, though. So, first things first. So, use Model Converter X to be able to import the model. So here is one of the models. Okay. If I were to open up Blender 3.6, give it a second. Okay. If I were to open it, if I were to import, well, first let me get rid of this stupid cube. Import the file. I think it's this one. Though it might not be. There you go. Let me just use this one. All right. So here is this. Okay. Now, we're in object mode here. This to me seems as if they. Oh, I don't know. Jonah, you might be able to help out more here with helping me understand half the stuff here. Right. So I can go in and clean up all this stuff just fine. Okay. The issue is that this here is all one object. At least based on what I'm seeing. Okay. Is it one of the different? There are different ones. So here's this one. Now, if I were to import here, don't know which one that was. Have to give this program a second. This one here is kind of broken. Don't know why, but it is kind of broken. I mean, it's missing a whole panel there. It's missing a whole panel there, and then the rest of this is almost corrupted in a way. At least that's what I'm kind of seeing. If you're seeing anything else, let me know. Yeah, through this tool, I can export it into. I can export the file as just a normal one. Now, if I were to go in and take a look at 2, two begins to look normal. Okay. And then the same thing with 3. And we can ignore all these because these here are all the graphics for the inside. Already looked. Which makes sense. Okay. Jonah, look at this one. Right, but it appears to me that these are all anyway, if I were to export all these, okay. Just give it a second. It will take a second to do these. Finished. Alright, so come in here. The first thing I notice is that in here it does give you a bunch of DDS files. Which that's fine. Now, if I were to open up Blender, that right, still seems like the same way. Because yeah, if I were to do that, that goes away entirely. Why is that only showing object mode? Top right. You see the 4 Earth Spears? Yeah. This mode? Oh, pick number 3. Okay. But yeah, new UV map. So what would that mean for me? Not been. Oh, it has not been unwrapped. That texture is not mapping correctly. Okay. But yeah. So I did notice that this was kind of broken. Now we have the binary file as well. Would that make a difference? And is there a way to maybe link it in there? You need to extract the binary that is used. All right. And I guess this is where PSDs come in handy. So not in, so. Okay, this is unwrapped correctly. Okay. But the blender's lost it. All right. What other ways could we export this then? I mean, could maybe try OBJ, object. Right. New folder test 7. Right. And check the importers. What do you mean? All right. I think I can give this a second. Let's see. So, this, okay, there we go. So would that be preferences maybe? After remember, I'm an idiot when it comes to this. And under import. have. Oh, I have wavefront. So I do have object. I thought you meant like actual like import settings, I guess. Yeah. Alright, let me get rid of that chunk. Import. Let's see. If you have any luck with this. um Oh, aside from it doing it upside down. Yeah. Try FBX. Okay. Which one would it be? Would it be surely not the top one? Thank you. No, three livery. Move. Are there any settings that I should change here potentially that could affect it? Model converter X would micro slop recommend. It's at least according to NAI. So yeah, I used AI because I didn't want to run through the stuff. Finished. File import FBX. Did not do it. Did not do it. Yeah, it did. All right. Other options potentially. Oh wait, there we go. Still failed. What if we were to try to import into Blender completely? Let's see. Import. Don't think this worked earlier, but we can still look. Oh, where is it? users. Yeah, this is the part of the issue, but that's fine. I can just go and come in here and manually get the file path. Just like scene objects, airplanes. On the right side. The top. Oh yay. As I've already found the path. Alright, let's see. Let's go with this one. And this just errored entirely. Let's try this one then. Would it need? I guess it's not really shit. No. Would it need? Oh, what's that one like? But now it straight up is failing there, despite this being. Unless there's a another one that I'm missing. It's moaning. Yeah, I don't have. Well, I don't have. I don't have them. I don't have 2020 installed. I do have the 2020 version of it. Interesting. What if I were to be a shit? Create a fake MSFS? Yeah, I noticed that. How you have to use like a really, really old version of Blender. Alright, I could be a little shit and try to lie about something here. Let's see. My products. Let's see here. 2020. I beg your pardon? I mean, I bought both. Uh, Settings, libraries. text. All right, let's see. Oh, what text? With it not guaranteeing to work. I did read that. It was not found. The Apple still. Yeah, that it was. That it could not be found on the computer. The default location. Default location doesn't exist because I don't have it installed. So, yes, it would. But the issue is that it's just not showing up in this library at all. Even my idea of both. It was a bundle. So I don't know. I'm just willing to accept at this point in time that I have to use the PSDs. Kind of annoying, but what am I going to do? Because there's not much I can do. Yeah, well, you know what? How much space do I have on here? I would like to make it just even if it's for everyone else. Well, if I just were to install like the basic version, okay? Just install the basic version, okay? I feel like I should be fine. It only takes up 100 gigs. Okay, it takes up 150. I still like to make the thing even if it's for everyone else who's looking for it. So, because just like won't. I know. Why is it that you have? Oh, I don't know. How many terabytes is that? Like 40 terabytes. I don't know how you have. I don't know why anyone would need that, but yeah. But I mean, I do see the reason why one would want it. I mean, I might need a drive update, a drive upgrade here soon because this here's my streaming drive, and I'm fucked right now. I'm absolutely brutally fucked. Remember, all these are like 5 gigs. There's a whole folder for the month, whatchamacallit, for part of it. Anyway. No, these are actually, you gotta be shitting me. These are just for the first few days. Yeah, I'm considering a 16 terabyte drive. The issue is A, how much do they cost, and B, gonna be screwed afterward. Or when I get this thing over to the UK, because I'm not rebuilding this computer over there. Would the drive get damaged in shipping? And I think the answer is most likely a yes. Okay. So now have that installed. I have to wonder. I have to wonder. Did that create? I doubt it's gone through and created all the folders. But we can look. It's digital ownership, right? Yeah, it hasn't gone in and created all the folders yet. In that case, let me go ahead and launch it and let it begin to do its thing. It's been ages since I've used that. And then we'll see. Because so the weird thing with Microsoft with the 2024 is that with 2024, you have different file types entirely. Wow. You have completely different file types with 2024. You have the KTX2 files, which are required for anything, essentially, especially anything livery related. So you have to convert all those into KTX2 files using the Sims SDK, which fortunately there are tools out there that allow you to do it. That I have used in the past. I don't know what Chronos is. But anyway, we will see if this works. Needs to install 134 gigs of storage. So, all for me to most likely, once I get this dealt with, uninstall all of it. That said, there are things about MSFS 2020 that are a lot better than 2024. I feel like performance-wise. Could have been, I feel like performance-wise it was better, actually. Not flight physics-wise, though. Look, that's already 1% done. But are there any other tools out there that would be useful for importing? Or yeah, importing the KTX or the other the weird ones. I'm curious, actually. Special tools. Texture converter. Is it? Just trying to mess around here. No clue what I'm doing. No clue. Wizards. Options. SDK. FS package tool.exe. XML. Let's see if there's any other options here. Here's a stupid idea. What if I were to... Oh no, because it already failed. PNG. Here, I'm gonna try something else here. Oh dear, that seems very, very complex. All right, where did I put this? Blender paint kit. New folder. Task 9. File. Import. Task 9. Oh wait, how did I just export it? Am I an idiot? I never exported it. I'm an idiot. I am an idiot. Wait, let's see. You know, that time it failed again. Oh wait, no, it didn't. Oh wait. Joanna might have just had some luck here. Yeah, Joanna, I think I just had some luck here. Aside from the fact that it's, you know, sideways. But, you know, that's fine. That's completely fine that it's sideways. Yes. Well, it isn't, but I mean, okay. Easiest way to change that? Probably not a good way to change that. Just change the perspective on this, I guess. Okay, there's a little bit of purple there. I don't know. I don't recall that being on the aircraft, but maybe it was just too small for me to see it. Yeah. Enter. I do it wrong, but Oh, I'm an idiot. Let me actually. I'm actually gonna not do that now that I figured it out. RX. File import that. There you go. RX90. It is upside down now, but that's still better. Alright. There we go. Alright. So that's good news on that front. Now, is it safe to assume that I can begin to go around, remove stuff, like all these extra lines I don't feel like that I feel as if I don't need? Or is that not a safe thing to do right now? Just hide them? Okay. Does not help that these are all, not labeled correctly. Is there a shortcut here, or I have to go in by hand? H. Thank you. All good, all good. Yeah, you haven't done stuff in what, 10 years? Okay, that's not bad. That's usable. That is usable. To texture paint. I forget, is this... I forget if that's the correct way to do it. Yeah, but surely there's got to be... But you should be able to see the actual paint. Here. Oh, there we go. There we go. That's some of that news. Okay, here. Okay, there we go. There we go. So what I just want to do right now is I want to make this all purple, but I want to we're gonna make this a paint kit. And then I'm just gonna export the Blender file and maybe test it out, and yeah. Maybe test it out, see if I can get pink textures. And then after then assuming this is the way that this is working, then I'm gonna most likely assuming I can get this paint working, I'm gonna go ahead and upload it to FSTO for everyone to use, because it's kind of ridiculous that I'm the only one who, or I'm the first one so far to have been able to figure this stupid thing out. So. Alright, well, in that case, I'm gonna get sat here working on this livery, figure out the design of it, figure out everything, might even make the livery. It's currently 4:18 in the morning. Been up since roughly about 2 yesterday, so not too bad. Got some time here to figure it out. This is all boring stuff. Anyway, that is going to do it for me for the stream. I will see you all tonight in a what am I doing tonight? Posted a stream schedule earlier. Yesterday, I guess. It's a Heathrow to Baltimore tonight, assuming that Deckers returns the aircraft to me. So, anyway, thank you all so much for tuning in. It's been a complete blast, and I'll see you all in the next one. So long.